Yeah, if you just stand in front of him for like 10 seconds, he's already trying to grab you. Oh, you can do that? You can spam that? Really? I wasn't even in front of you! I, I wasn't even in front of you! Oh, I got that glitch. It's so funny. Just gonna use this to make this fight end faster. The moveset on this guy isn't very fun to deal with. Not that it's hard, it's just very simple. So he's prone to spam a lot. And the hitboxes are terrible. This is probably one of the worst cases of hitboxes in Dark Souls. At least Dark Souls 3. Yeah, so much easier. But yeah, if you stand in front of him for like 10 seconds, he's already spamming the grab attack. And the grab attack sweeps through the front area, like the whole area. So if you dodge to the sides, it's basically just a coin flip if you're actually gonna be dodging that or not. Watch me missing those crystal lizards for like 2 minutes straight. Yeah, like that. Hello, Buck. How you doing? How did I miss you? Dude, what the fuck? Are thrusting swords so bad for crystal lizards? I have no attacks that go downwards. This is so stupid. You know something that would be quite funny? A dildo that looks exactly like a train. Especially those super fast trains that looks like dildos. How's the stream been going? Horribly. Probably the worst stream I ever had in the last 2 weeks. From where did you came from? I thought I killed everyone down here. Alright. Everyone's probably dead. You know it's not gonna get better, Cutie. For some reason, my channel, it's actually getting worse with time. I'm losing a lot of followers. The few people that used to watch me, they don't do it anymore. And I stopped getting any new viewers. This used to happen every time I would play like Dark Souls, because no one cares about Dark Souls anymore, and literally the only people that can get viewers by streaming those games are people that are already famous, so they can get viewers by streaming any shit they want, basically. But what proves to me that my channel is actually getting worse is that I was streaming Minecraft, which every time I did that, I would get like literally 10 new followers in one stream. And it was a horrible stream yesterday. Literally no one new came there. So if not even Minecraft is doing good numbers, then yeah, my channel is definitely dead. And it's only getting worse. And the most frustrating thing is that I have no idea what's actually causing this. I usually can see what's happening, but this time I just have no idea. Probably. Or I probably got shadow banned because I'm a furry and LGBT. You know that Twitch is not a huge fan of those things. Unless you present yourself as a woman. Then sometimes they decide to break rules for you, but usually they are still assholes for women too. Basically, Twitch is only good for like white, cis, straight males.
Ashen one.
Well, then
Should I start leveling up my dexterity now? Yeah, probably.
Farewell, Ashami.
Dexterity and stamina. So, about my staff, I'm not gonna be leveling up my staff, because literally no spells that I have access deal damage. This is the assassin class. This guy starts with dexterity and intelligence, so I'm doing a dex int character. And that's basically it. I'm gonna have to infuse my weapon with crystal later, so I can actually use my intelligence points to actually deal damage, since the only spell I have doesn't deal damage. So there's no points into upgrading my staff. So yeah, for now I'm just gonna be leveling up dexterity first, and I'm gonna keep using the sharp gem until I can get something better, like until I can until I can level up my intelligence to a level that's will actually give me good scaling with a crystal gem. Crystal gem.
I bless.
So let's go. Need to go grab the Farum coal. Yeah, I would play that if I still had my ukulele, but it's not with me anymore, unfortunately. I had to leave it behind when I was moving out of my parents' house. Yeah, but not in the near future. So, with a few changes, I could make this build be so fucking powerful. But I can't really do that, because it would violate the rules of the challenge. Also, I need to turn off vibration. It's bothering me. First of all, I would get some spells that isn't just spook. I would get a dagger here, and I would change a little bit my armor, but I would preserve the same aesthetics. And yeah, not a lot of stuff that I need to change. Like having a spell, like any other useful spell, would be better. And having a dagger would also be really, really good, because this shield is good for parrying, and having the dagger would give me the highest critical damage possible. Please, step on the fire. Step on the fire, you asshole! Yeah, I guess Metallica has a song about this, right? Jump in the fire. Oh fuck. Alright. So much easier. Well, I'm limiting myself to only use this one spell. But if you want, I could make an excuse for only stealthy spells, because there's some quite fun spells that I could be using. But it would definitely not change much on this build. Like, it wouldn't make my game easier. But yeah, it would be fun. I could even use that as a showcase of the stealthy spells. So what do you think? Should I just use the only spell that this class has, or should I change that to also have the other stealthy spells? Well, but that isn't exactly my challenge, because then I would be expanding the class, which is definitely not what I'm supposed to be doing here. I'm supposed to just use the class and the only thing that the class has. But still, I could use the other spells, because on this specific class, it's not gonna change much. Because none of them deal damage, none of them are a buff. Oh yeah, talking about buff. When I was talking about things to change for this class to be better, I would have like the Great Magic Weapon or even the Crystal Magic Weapon. I prefer the Great Magic Weapon. It's more FP efficient. Just so I have a way of actually using my damage in a more efficient way. So, oh fuck. I could have... No! Ah. I could... Oh, fucking hell, I hate fighting NPCs! So, I could have 40 dexterity and 40 intelligence. My dexterity would be useful for increasing the damage on my weapon with a sharp jam. And the intelligence would increase the damage of the great magic weapon. So I would have like the best of both worlds. An actual hybrid character. And that would deal way more damage than the same weapon with the same stats but as a crystal infused. Dude, I really play so fucking bad when I'm trying to talk during the fights. Yeah, I just need to shut up. And then I can do stuff like this. Okay, you want to make me bigger. As if this model wasn't big enough already. Also, the community challenge is in what percentage? Oh, 53%. Why is it telling me to contribute and then it tells me that I can't do that? Anyways, let's continue. Yes, I'm gonna need a homeward bone. I don't need repair powders, but they sell for, I think 400 souls. So it's pretty useful. The Pharaon Scroll, it gives me which spells? I think it's the Great Pharaon Darts, Pharaon Hail, and Pharaon Flash Sword. Yeah, I think it is.
Bless.
So I don't need to grab that scroll. Just need to go talk to Orbeck. Alright, let's... Well, it's not actually rescuing him because he's not in danger. But let's recruit Orbeck. And I'm gonna also use that opportunity to just go there and kill Crystal Sage. Oh wait, should I talk to him first? I'm pretty sure he disappears if you kill a boss without talking to him. Like in Firelink. So maybe I should go back and buy at least one spell.
Well, what does it? How? Everything now. What clear so that enough? Well, that your I am hungry.
Uh, I also like him, but I honestly don't get the sentiments. Like, his story is good, and he's a mysterious character. If we had more about him, more of him, he wouldn't be so mysterious, and he would lose part of what makes him interesting. Like, he's an ex-assassin, which is now like against violence and likes to teach magic and learn about magic. Like, we know enough about him to actually be a good story.
Oh, you're getting ahead of that.
Did you completed his quest line? If not, then yeah, there's no way you can do. We can you can know about that.
Oh, it's not.
Oh, I can't use any of those basically. They are a bit expensive. Holy shit! Do I have stuff to sell? Only one soul. I didn't remember that. Yeah, literally the climax of his quest line.
Come again.
I love when people tell me to come again. It's so fun. Alright, sell stuff. What else can I sell? Nothing much, I guess.
Ashen One.
Well, 'cause very that take
Yeah, and I can't get another level. Now I need to go kill Crystal Sage. So, the other spell I want to use... 18! 15. Yeah, I would like to use this, but I don't have the stats to use it right now. Anyways, let's go kill Crystal Sage and some other bosses, so I can afford a few levels. Alright. I deal pure physical damage. I'm pretty sure killing Sage will be easy. And I could also poison him. Yeah, this is gonna be fun. I'm gonna poison Crystal Sage. And I'm not gonna summon this time. Well, yeah, I'm not making any sounds with my steps, but I still make sounds when I'm killing people. I guess using poison on your weapon is very assassin coded, so I guess it's on brand maybe. Dude, look at the damage. Like, I know Sage is weak to physical damage, but holy shit. Second phase already. Why can't they die more quietly? Yeah, next time I should shove my sword in their throat instead. Oh fuck. Well, at least Crystal Sage is still poisons, so I'm still dealing damage. Another juicy crit. And what you gonna do now? Attack me? Okay, partial parry, but still a parry. I think this is my first time killing Crystal Sage on the first teleport, like first cycle. Probably the easiest Crystal Sage fights I ever had. Not that Crystal Sage is any hard. The fight is pretty easy to begin with, but it got even more easy. I think Crystal Sage might be weak to thrust damage. That would explain why I was dealing so much damage, because my weapon is not great. Like I'm still not dealing 200 damage. I wanted to parry you. Come on, give me something that I can parry. Like these. Yeah. Juicy parry. I mean, treats. I prefer to parry the book because it's funnier. But parrying the weapon is so much easier because it's so slow. Alright. Can I parry you? Yes, obviously. But the crit damage against NPCs is quite bad. Maybe NPCs have a buff against critical damage. Because, yeah, parrying them is quite easy. And backstab is also pretty easy. Maybe this is just so you don't cheese the fight by having skill. Imagine that. Yeah. Especially in this game, where the game really wants you to just spam R1. R1 spam is the best strategy you can have here. It doesn't want you to have any kind of skill. But it's still better than Elden Ring, the game that doesn't want you to dodge stuff. Elden Ring has so many ways of punishing you for just trying to dodge a boss. For example, basically no boss in that game has normal attacks. Like, only normal attacks. They always have at least 1 or 2 delayed attacks. Some of them even feel like they only have delayed attacks, like Morgoth's. My controller is making me do the heavy attack when I don't want to do it. I don't want to do the heavy attack! Controller, stop! Oh, partial parry. Same day shipments. Yeah. And that doesn't make the fight harder, it's just that... Oh, so... Fuck your muscle memory then. You You don't have to memorize the movesets because bosses can also change the speed of their attacks, or they have attacks with different speeds, but they always start with the same animation, so you can just guess which one of them will be. That's something that I noticed a lot when I was playing Elden Ring. A lot of attacks, it starts the same way with the exact same animation, but after a couple of frames, it's another attack. So you can never know which attack they are actually going to do. So what's the incentive to memorize movesets if they are just like super inconsistent like that? Okay, I'm gonna hit both of them. Or not, because that guy decided to jump and it created some distance. Well, the Deacons of the Deep is another boss that's akin poison. I'm gonna keep going. I don't want to go back to Firelink now. I don't have a lot of stuff to upgrade there. Okay, this is kinda unlucky. They all got clumped together like this. What the fuck you just did, dude? They decide to jump to the side for no reason. I was in front of them. Please don't infect me with maggots. I definitely don't need another health condition. I already have enough of them. Well, I like soup. Soup is great food. Really good. Probably the best food ever. Well, if you use noodles on your soup and you cut them to be like short, white, wiggly worms, then you can maybe make a soup that looks like maggot soup and still taste great and amazing. Please break your poise, dude. I'm gonna kill you before I break your poise. Okay, poise damage isn't a great isn't very good on this weapon. I thought the Ash of War had more poise pressure, but I guess I was wrong. Look, I'm not pressing fucking up. I'm not pressing heavy attack. Stop doing that. Yeah, it's still pressing. Oh, dude, this is so annoying. How many? 6. Okay, that's I think that's all that I need for my shield. Now it's a good idea to go back to Firelink Shrine. Wait, you're following me since December 2023. So yeah, I was using this model when you first found me. I don't know if you remember any of that.
Well, very then take.
Because you know this is my first model.
Farewell, Ashen One.
Good luck.
Yeah, it's still one of the best ones I've ever had.
Ashen One.
28th of December 2023.
Well, very then take. Farewell, Ashen One.
Okay, I have 15 intelligence now. What can I use? Oh, hidden body. Oh. So I can be silent and almost invisible. And just run away. Yeah. It's so sad how they nerfed those spells so much. They last for like 12 seconds now. Well, it's probably because during that time my content was very shitty, so people never had a reason to come back. They would just see my channel, I have no viewers, no followers, and they would follow just out of pity. Or just to maybe make me feel better. But like, I prefer having no followers than to have followers that literally never watch me. Like, what? Why even follow me if you're not gonna do anything? It literally doesn't help. It's actually kind of bad for your Twitch stats. Yeah, my controller is so fucked up. Well, let's complete the Cathedral of the Deep. Shut up, Gale. You talk so much, dude. Is this even helping? I guess it was helping. But it costs so much FP. Yeah. For a not that useful spell that lasts for like 15 seconds. Why From Software likes to nerf literally everything in the game except for great swords. Great swords, ultra great swords, great hammers, big weapons, they are never nerfed. Usually they even get buffs for no reason. If I go forwards, the other guy will spawn. But this guy, they have a shield, so he's not gonna come at me. Do you have iframes when you're climbing? Well, I also prefer the smaller weapons, the more realistic ones. But they usually get the short end of the stick when it comes to game balancing. From Software just thinks that those weapons should be basically useless. If at least we had variety with great swords, but like in Dark Souls 3 and Elden Ring we have like 40 great swords. And they basically all have the same movesets, almost the same stats. You can change the Ash of War, but there's not a lot of Ashes of War you can put in Elden Ring, at least in great swords. People usually always have either Stamp or Lion's Claw. Like, I wouldn't be so upset about great swords if they had more variety, but it's like 20 versions of the same weapon. I'm glad that we have iframes during critical attacks. I would definitely get hit there. That's kinda sad, but yeah, that's what happens, especially when the majority of people only play with basically the same build, which is strength build with great sword. Which is stupid because great swords need quality builds. So yeah, From Software makes their weapons, their games, obviously more focused on pleasing the majority of people, because, you know, that makes sense. But unfortunately, the majority of people that play those games, they don't have great taste in weapons and stuff like that. Yeah, and somehow I miss that. Okay, my butt is hurting a bit from sitting for so long. I'm gonna change positions. I don't need to stretch. It's fine. Don't worry. The only stretching I'll be doing... I probably shouldn't say that on Twitch. Where's the guy with the halberd? I would like to do a plunging attack without taking fall damage. And I missed! Amazing! Yeah, terrible pairing. I wish I could wear the robes they are wearing, but unfortunately that's not an available set that you can have. It would look nice on a cleric because I really don't like the blue robes with the turtle shell on your back. But other than those robes, what else can I wear on a cleric? Because the other robes are usually sorcerer robes. This game doesn't really like clerics, I think. Yeah, you can't parry that. But this one is quite easy to parry. Just avoid parrying attacks that she uses both weapons. Like that one. A bleed proc now would be quite terrible. Yeah, that's such a shame. I like making faith characters, but they usually have to resort to using plates armor. Which, yeah, sometimes it's cool, like a paladin, but it's not always. Like, it doesn't feel very realistic when a pure faith character, for example, is using a full plates armor. Thank Gwyn that Blue Tearstone ring exists. I would be dead if it weren't for this ring. Well, I guess I don't have to thank Gwyn. It comes from the goddess Kaita, goddess of tears. So yeah, fuck you, Gwyn. You asshole. Ow, fuck. Right in my face, dude. That's all? Yeah, I guess that's all. I'm completely covered in blood. How uncomfortable would be to be covered in blood? The smell alone would probably make me vomit a lot. So when I was talking about models, I also have like available the one I had after this one, which is this one here. This was my second model, But I kind of stopped using this one because it wasn't attracting the type of viewer that I like to have. Like, I really don't mind having people being horny here sometimes. I myself am like this sometimes. But it's really annoying when that's the only thing they want to talk about. This is the only thing they see when they are looking at me. Like, when people think that's I only care about that, and this is all that there is about me. So yeah, I would probably still be using this one for longer if people could act normal for once. Stop being so passive, you asshole! Stop it! Fucking hell, stop spamming dodge! You asshole! I hate how enemies from Dark Souls 3 forwards can just spam dodge for as much as they want. And it's not even like what the player can do with roll spamming. Because you don't get side frames through the whole dodge roll. But they can have that. I'm sorry, that's dodge spamming really got me mad. It's so fucking stupid. And again, it doesn't make the fight any harder, it just makes it last longer. In a very stupid way, too. Oh, yeah, I forgot that I had an Ember. Come on, Kirk. Oh, partial parry. Dude, I keep dealing less damage with my criticals. $249. This is not good. This is definitely not good. NPCs definitely have some kind of resistance to critical damage. Or they just have very weird stats in the code. Because every invader in this game just feels super tanky for no reason. And it's kind of the same thing in Elden Ring. All invaders are so tanky. They usually have more HP than what the player can have, even at like 99 vigor. Should I go to Rosaria now? Maybe after I talk to Patches. See, it's fine when they use dodges like one or two times, like a normal person would use. But that guy was just spamming non-stop for like 30 seconds. Alright, the damage is not that bad. Just somehow is still dealing double digits of damage. Oh, and amazing hitbox, dude. So far away from the actual attack and I still took damage. Oh, it's that song that sounds like Subnautica OST. Dude, I'm not close to your feet. Stop dealing damage like that. What a stupid hitbox. So stupid. Yeah, that song really does sound like Subnautica stuff. And I swear, this isn't Subnautica OST. Also, I forgot to do these. Looks a bit better. Just to not be too much in front of my items. I don't need to do that. The devs will probably do that for me. Indie developers are usually pretty good at leaking their own stuff. They probably don't have a lot of experience with NDAs and just avoid talking too much. Hope the games doesn't get wrecked by Krafton. Because of the way that the public is dealing with that and reacting to that, I'm more worried about the game getting wrecked by the actual fans, because they are too stupid to understand that the people making Subnautica, they are not Krafton. Krafton bought the studio, but like, it's not the same person. It's not the same team. Just because Krafton is a shitty company doesn't mean that you guys should, like, punish the game. Like, we know that Subnautica is not using AI to do stuff. They are not shitty like the rest of that company. Why is everyone getting mad at the Subnautica devs? Because of Krafton's shitty practices. Like, yeah, it's pretty sad that there's no way you can punish Krafton, because if you try to boycott the game and not buy the game, yeah, you're gonna be hurting Krafton, but you're gonna be hurting the Subnautica devs way more, because Krafton doesn't really need the money from that. They are already a multi-billion-dollar company, but the devs, if they can't really sell the game, Krafton will probably close their studio, and there's no way they can make Subnautica 2 without the support of a big company like this. So it's just a tough situation overall. Like, what can we do? What can be done? Yeah, but winning a lawsuit against a multi-billion company is not something that I can see happening without an insane amount of luck and and efforts. Well, yeah, I could say that, but considering how people are so prone to punish the Subnautica devs because of all of that situation, I don't think people would support them. A lot of people are directing their hate towards Unknown Worlds instead of Krafton, which is quite stupid. Unfortunately, when it comes to fandoms, the people that are part of that fandom are usually the most toxic people and the most damaging to that thing in particular. Like, Subnautica fans are doing a lot of damage to the Subnautica franchise because they are too stupid to know how to deal with situations like this, or just to do a quick Google search to understand that it's not the dev's fault. Okay, I kinda don't want to fight anyone. Can I use this and just run like this? Yeah, I just went in front of them. And they did nothing. Yeah, now they're seeing me. Now that I lost the effects of my spells. Also, I don't remember if you were already watching me when I started to do this, but I also had this model that I was using when I did my Flame of Chaos build. It's kind of funny. You actually got to watch the stream, or it was like a VOD or something like that? And I can just swap between them.
Well, say hello to the nice giant. He adores visitors.
Ah, yeah, yeah. That probably what happens. To avoid taking fall damage from such a small fall. So I'm gonna use poison against the Deacons of the Deep. Not all of the Deacons, because it's gonna be a waste of resources, but when the main one spawns, I'm gonna try to poison him. I could try to toxic them too, but I would probably get toxic myself before I can actually proc toxic on them. And I don't have any way of healing that.
Well, very then.
Sometimes it is. Just remember how useful it is to use the dagger on like
Farewell, Ashen.
the way I was using on my last build.
Wow.
Sometimes toxic is the solution.
Ashen.
I would probably never be at full health, so maybe this is not gonna help. Even with fucking Lloyd Sword Ring, I still can't reach 200 damage with a +4 weapon.
Well, very then. Farewell, Ashen.
So now I can use the other spell, which is this one, and I really like this one. That's like a usable version. I mean, a not consumable version of this item that attracts enemies. And it's probably gonna be useful on the Deacon's fights. Oh wait, there's enemies around here. That's probably what's causing those step sounds. Yeah, I can hear people running towards that. But I'm just hearing the sounds. Oh fuck. I have no idea what's causing this sound.
Which is what?
So should I infuse this with crystal? My damage is gonna get terrible. I'm gonna wait until I have more intelligence to do that. For now, I'm gonna keep using physical damage. So now I just need to go kill the Deacons of the Deep. Let's see how useful arrow decoy. Yes, only the starting gear, but my viewers asked me to use the other stealthy spells. But like by the rules I should only use Spook. But this one is so useless. And it doesn't change anything, so I'm just gonna use that. Like, I don't see any problems with using that one, but if you want me to stay true to the challenge, then I can just not use that. But yeah, I'm only using starting class gear. So this Stark, target shield, the staff, assassin armor. The only thing that I can change are the rings and consumables for obvious reasons. And if I have a class that has a bow, I can change the arrows. But the Thief is the only class that starts with a bow. And I already finished that run, so I'm never gonna be using arrows on this challenge. So now I'm gonna go do the Deacons of the Deep, and I want to test how useful this spell is against them. It's probably gonna be nice for crowd control. Yeah, I'm glad you didn't. Bows are quite useless in this game. You know the Alluring Skull? It's a spell. It's a consumable item that attracts the attention of enemies. This is just a spell version of that consumable. And I'm not gonna summon anyone. Yeah. basically that's. So let's see. They are ignoring. They are ignoring the item. This spell is useless. The spell is useless. Does it work differently from the Alluring Skull? Ah, yes, it does. Maybe the spell only works if they are not aggroed to you. Also, I need to kill the fat guys first. They're gonna be a huge problem. Yeah, I need to kill those guys. Oh fuck. Before they become too much. Oh, thanks for following, Cutie. Thanks a lot. Oh fuck. But yeah, unfortunately, the spell is useless on this fight. Okay, it's not spawning the main one yet. Oh fuck. So I still have time to kill the fat guys first. At least it's an easy fight. You say that while I'm losing 2/3 of my HP in half a second. Would be so much easier if I had a weapon that has like better sweeping attacks. Yeah, it's very repetitive. Like, I enjoy the visuals and the lore, but the actual fights, it's so annoying and boring. Okay, I guess all the big ones are dead, so let's spawn the main deacon. And I'm gonna try to poison him. Oh no, don't get me stuck. Everyone decided to attack at the same time. Dude, I'm not gonna be able to proc poison like this. I can't even get close. I'm definitely gonna kill you before I proc poison, right? Okay, I proc poison. Holy shit, dude, what's an annoying fight? They are doing the big attack that probably will kill me in a in a few seconds. Like, the game doesn't have any kind of protection against them, you know, attacking me at the same time like this. Yeah, definitely no. Just die already! I don't think I can consider this fun. This is definitely not fun. Not even close. Well, I got very disappointed at this spell. Stealth in this game is a huge letdown. I'm gonna just use those two. You know what? I'm just gonna stay true to the challenge. I'm not missing much by doing that. Okay, I should level up first.
Well, very then hey.
Okay, let me consult my notes. Because I already planned this build and I need 28 vigor, 23 endurance, 35 dexterity. Alright. 35 dexterity. Gonna try to reach that first.
At me.
Ashen.
Hopefully this is gonna give me another level.
Very then hey.
Almost can get another one. Okay, how much for my next level? I'm missing just a few souls.
Ashen.
Well, very then Haken. Farewell, Ashen me.
So I'm gonna run around Farum to grab the coal and make my weapon sharp. Because I'm gonna have a lot of dexterity, so this is probably gonna improve my damage. Hopefully by a noticeable amount. Because honestly, the upgrades I'm getting for this build are not doing any difference. I'm basically noticing that I'm getting stronger with my levels and upgrades. I'm gonna have to use a crystal gem on my sword soon, so I'm gonna have split damage. So if I get a boss that is resistant to magic and or thrust on top of that, I'm basically gonna be dealing no damage. And I think Sullivan is resistant to magic, but I can just parry Sullivan, so it's not gonna be a big problem. Honestly, the only boss I was worried about was Crystal Sage, because I thought I would be using a Crystal Gem before fighting Crystal Sage. And magic damage is the only damage that Crystal Sage is resistant against. But I decided to go fight him with a pure physical damage build. And you saw how easy that fight was because of that. It was almost a second phase skip. Okay, my R2 is stuck. It keeps pressing the fucking R2 all the time. Please don't die before I break your poise. I would like to give a critical hit. Oh, alright. Almost dead though. I had to almost kill this guy to be able to get a poise break. Oh, you have hyper armor. Like, this guy has 0 poise, but he has hyper armor on a few hits. Ah. That was so disappointing. Can I even parry that attack, or it's too much? Yeah, I get the sword when I can't use the sword. That's just evil. So unlucky. Alright, now I can have a sharp sword. So right now my weapon is dealing 204 pure physical damage. Yeah, 204. After changing to sharp with 23 dexterity, how much damage I would be dealing? I hope it's more, but I guess it would be like no change. And now it's 232. Okay, that's pretty good. Have a scaling in dexterity now. Yeah, there's no way I can level up. Time to kill the Beast Watchers. I think in first phase they are weak to fire. Or maybe I could use the only fire buff that I have. Also, I should definitely have changed my flasks because I'm not gonna be using spells anymore. Also, just to show you something. Like, this would be the ideal spell that I would like to add on this class, just to make this class so much better. Then I would still have my sharp ass tuck with good dexterity, and with intelligence and leveling up my staff, I would be able to... No. I would be able to add even more damage to my weapon. And now 317. And that's because I'm not leveling up my staff, and I only have 18 in intelligence. With a better sorcery scaling, this would add so much more damage. Like, by the end of this character, I'm gonna have 40 intelligence and 40 dexterity. Let me show you how powerful this build would be if I could use that spell. So let's test here. So start with Assassin. I was thinking about doing that, with the characters and not starting a new save, but just using this new updated version to complete the 2 DLCs, which are quite hard, so it would be a nice challenge. Okay, so I had 28 here and 23 here. 35, 40. The exact same stats that I'm gonna have with this character at the end of the run. Is stuck with sharp gem, not refined, sharp. Target shield with simple to regen FP. Sorcerer's staff, 174, pretty good. And then just the great magic weapon. Look at the damage here. It's like almost 500 damage in total. Yeah, 502. But since I can't use this spell, to be able to actually get some damage out of my intelligence, I would have to swap this for crystal. And then look at this, 419. And it's not great split damage, it's only 243 magic damage. This is not good. But yeah, I just need to change the infusion on my weapon and one spell, and I can save this whole build without even changing my stats. Look at these. Yeah. And I could have Lloyd's Sword Ring. Then goes up to 552 damage in total. What else could I have? I don't know. Ah yeah, I forgot the Hunter's Ring. So yeah, 568. Wait. With only 1 point into that and swap that for red. Let's go. Let's see the maximum. Low HP. Power within. 1 point into faith. And holy shit. 749. Oh yeah, I forgot. Magic Clutch Ring. 781. What else? I can get naked. Remove the target shield. And then Fling's Ring. For 836 damage in total. In the hyper mode, basically. That's too much damage. Yeah, I would have to be at only 20% HP with the HP drain of power within. But still, this is pretty good. I would never use that. This is too high risk for me, and every fight would go so fast because of that. But let's change Great Magic Weapon for Crystal Magic Weapon. $864. It's not a huge increase, but the FP usage goes so much more higher. Like it's 45 FP for an improvement that isn't that great. So if you want a piece of advice here. Don't use Crystal Magic Weapon. Great Magic Weapon uses 10 less FP, and the damage is it's basically the same. It's like 30 points of damage less. Yeah, but it's nuts. All songs I'm using, they don't come from any video game. Anyways, I don't need to change much to make this build OP. And I'm not even talking about the hyper mode. Okay, how worse my damage is without the ring? Yeah, it's a big difference. It's a big difference. Yes, I'm probably not gonna be using that damage because I would take one hit and then, yeah, there it goes, my extra damage. How would that help? Like, I don't get it. Wait, you're not supposed to see me here? You dumbass. Look at how long I stagger when I get hits. How did I not got hits on those two hits? I was definitely not dodging that properly. And I forgot to change my flasks. Oh fuck. I don't know, maybe you just can see the numbers. Like, I already lost like 10% of my damage just because I'm not at full HP anymore. I'm just using this ring because I literally have nothing else that I could be using there. I'm not gonna summon you. Wait, I'm gonna summon you just to give me the emotes. You're done with that? Yes. I actually want series.
And he prays!
Hello, series. We are both using the same weapon. I like her armor. It's a pretty cool one. I just don't like the headpiece. But yeah, pretty cool armor. I'm gonna do a build like that for PvP one day. It's gonna be very fun. And probably OP. The Aztec is pretty good for PvP. Backstab? Oh, that's good. Pretty good. I thought you wanted to hit series. What the fuck are you doing? Okay, I know I can parry you. I just don't know which attacks I can parry. So you have no poise, but you have a lot of hyper armor with some attacks. Also, are you weak to thrust? Because my damage is actually pretty good. So if I get hit by the fucking dagger, it's a stun lock. This could have been better. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna let you do that. Can I even parry you? I wouldn't be surprised if in second phase you just can't parry him for no reason. Dark Souls 3 really likes doing this kind of stuff. So you're just gonna be doing that, right? Yeah, last Estus. Let's penetrate. This guy charged so much! Look at this! Dude, what are you doing? This is so stupid. Looks funny when Sirius and you both poke him at the same time. I didn't knew you were into double penetration. Yeah, the trail is really annoying. Especially when you're unlucky like me and you got this guy spamming the charge all the time. Also, I don't know if you guys know this. Probably no, because this is a very known fact. But you can just skip this whole area by going to this side. And you don't even take fall damage if you're using those things as like steps to fall down. Wait, where's the other guy? Yeah. So if you dodge the sword, you get hit by the trail. It's kinda annoying. Okay, that's good. The guy controlling the ball, he runs away too much, and he runs pretty fast. So I always need to find something that can disassemble the skeleton, so he doesn't run away. Also, another fun fact: the pots with dark spells inside are only the ones with leads. So every other one you can break without worrying, but these ones with leads, they are the ones with magic inside. Ah yeah, all the balls on this map, they are controlled by one skeleton of each area. And it's the skeleton with the pointy heads. So if you want to get rid of the ball, just find the skeleton with a pointy head and kill them. After killing that skeleton, when the ball hits a wall, it's gonna break. And there's usually an item inside of the ball. I have a few thousand hours on this game. There's a lot of stuff that you probably don't know, and I know about it. Pretty useful knowledge you get after playing this game for like 3,000 hours. Oh my god. I'm trying to be smart and use the ball to deal damage to them, but I'm taking way more damage from the ball than they are. But it's worth it, because it's funny. It's funny to hit people with your balls. I highly recommend it. Okay, this item is not very worth it. It's just an ember. But the other one... The other one was a large titanite shard. Come on! I didn't got hit by the ball. I can't parry a shield. Attack me, please. Thank you. I would love to use this weapon. And they usually never dropped when I want to use them. But now that I have those rules that prevent me from using that sword, I can't use it. This is so sad. So, if you get lucky when you don't need it, are you even being lucky? Can you even consider that lucky? In case you don't know what I just did, the rats down there only starts walking to meet you at the bottom of the stairs when you step on the first step of the ladder. So if you step there right after the ball passes you, the ball is gonna hit them as soon as they get in front of the ladder. So you don't have to deal with them when you come down. And if you ever played Elden Ring, you're gonna recognize the movesets of those guys, because it's that skeleton and the same attacks, a few of them, the same attacks that the Black Knife Assassins have. Basically the same movesets. Also, if you want to find the guy controlling this ball, it's on top of this place. The guy controlling the ball is that one. And I just missed. The problem about them is that they like to run away like this. And there's a lot of dangerous enemies here. And I just die. Instant blood loss. Nah, it's fine. I was just showing something useful for you. So if you ever want to go there, bring a strike weapon. Go there with a hammer. It's gonna make your life easier. Wait, I have a lot of souls up there now. I can't ignore this. I need to go there. Fucking hell, dude. Also, fuck you. Oh, hello. Where's my souls? Right here. 26,000. Okay, that's great. So I'm gonna have to fight 2 of them. Oh, wait. After the ball breaks, it spawns a crab for some reason, and a dark gem. Wait, you're dual wielding? That's so cool. I usually never fight this guy. I had no idea the game has a dual wielding version of the Chotel Cartus skeleton. Also, that crab is totally trying to kill me. Look at how evil this crab is. Can I parry you? Wait, even this small crab has delayed attacks. There's no way I can parry you. I think my shield doesn't even go low enough to be able to parry you. Can you please attack me with your fucking sword, dude? Thank you. They just spam throwing daggers. So annoying. Anyways, breaking that ball is the earliest way you can get a dark gem if you're doing a dark build. Which people rarely do, so I don't know how useful that might be for you. I got bled in 2 hits. But when I use that sword, I need like 60 hits to proc bleed. This doesn't seem fair. This is so stupid. Yeah, dude, 2 hits and I got bled. Okay, I'm gonna stop goofing around. I'm gonna be serious now. He's still alive. Please, don't kill me. I want to grab my souls. No, he was literally running around the fucking pillar. Like a coward. He's gonna kill me. Finally. So this is basically the beginning of Elden Ring's problems with game balancing. Like, the biggest problem with that enemy is that he basically just keeps flying the whole fight. And you can't do the same. You can't actually follow them. So how are you supposed to deal with something like that? Also, I finally got something more useful to use here. Yeah, at least I'm not gonna lose my damage after taking 1 hit. Please spawn. Hello. Alright. Okay, he's running. Are you okay? I thought he'd survived somehow. Dude, what happened to my redeem? Why is not playing? What's wrong? Yeah, that's sad. I'm sorry, sometimes that happens. Okay, the Mimic already lost half of their HP because of the Fire Breath. But hopefully it's still gonna come down here. And the demon just killed the Mimic. Okay, I'm gonna have to use the skeletons again. I really like making them fight. But the demon usually has a huge advantage against the Mimic. Skeletons, can you please stop fighting me? We have a common enemy. Oh my god. Yeah, the skeletons are trying to kill me. Second phase. Dude, those skeletons are useless. Can I not dodge stuff? Yeah, it's a problem that they die with only one hit. Oh no. I don't have space. I barely have space. Well, because he's not a boss. Just like the stray demon on top of the Lothric Bridge, they are not bosses.
And he prays!
So they don't have a boss health bar. They are like mini bosses, like a tough enemy that doesn't respawn, but not a boss. Okay, let's keep going. Already 4 hours with this character. This is kinda slow. 4 hours, I should be in Irithyll already. I'm wasting so much time. My stamina is being a big problem. I have over 20 endurance and my stamina bar is still small like this. I don't know why they nerfed stamina so much for Dark Souls 3. Oh wait, Horus is not gonna be down here. I forgot to talk to them in the Firelink Shrine after killing the deacons. I can't hit a target on the ground with this sword. This is so stupid. you saw why I need to do jumping attacks. Even if you hit them, you don't interrupt them disappearing. You should try speedrunning. No, I shouldn't. Dude, I'm not even close to being fast enough to do that. Yeah, I might be faster than the average, but the average Dark Souls player is also pretty bad and stupid. So, it's not hard to be faster than the average player. I'm nowhere close to being fast enough to actually do a speed run. Game rage baiting. Yeah, pretty sure it's on purpose, because in Dark Souls 1, the Crystal Lizards, you used to be able to interrupt them disappearing with any kind of attack. Like, doesn't matter which attack you used, if it hits the Crystal Lizard, they are not going to disappear. In this game, if they start to play the animation to disappear, the only way you can stop them is by either killing them or by flipping them, which is something that only happens if you do a jumping attack with any weapon or a running attack with a big weapon like an Ultra Greatsword. And also jumping attacks, obviously. But just R1s with big weapons are already enough to flip them. But if I hit the Crystal Lizard with the R2 of my weapon, that's not enough to interrupt them disappearing. I actually need a jumping attack. Also, you can hide here. You're not gonna take damage from the arrows, and the arrows will kill the worm. But I prefer to be here, because when I'm back there, sometimes the arrows just miss the worm, but here it feels like they hit more often, so the worm dies faster. Also, you're closer if you want to throw stuff at the worm. So yeah, let's wait. Oh, and the problem that I'm having to hit Crystal Lizards, it's because thrusting swords, they don't really hit downwards very well. So it's very easy for me to miss when my target is below me. Oh, it's dead. I'm so bad at dodging those arrows. I have 54,000 souls on my pockets. Should I go back to Firelink to spend my souls, or should I just keep going? I have a rule on my challenge, on my channel, where if I get a sub, I have to die, no matter what. And I like to remind people of that fact when I am running around with so many souls on my pockets. I'm gonna go grab the items on this area first. I almost died there. Okay, let's go. This place is literally hell. There's fire raining down from everywhere, and demons. But oh my god, this is so fucking bad. There's no way I can just fight them. Oh fuck. Okay, I have to die then. Do your worst. Okay, now that I want to die, your guys are not gonna attack me. Oh, you got third place as a sub-gifter. I'm pretty sure you're never gonna take first place. Unedited is very focused on not letting anyone else get the gold medal. Okay, please, don't die again! Now this would be quite terrible. Holy fuck, dude! Okay, now I have to worry about 2 of them. Holy shit. You know what? I'm just gonna run. I'm not gonna survive. What is your idea? Well, depending on what you want to do, just keep in mind that unfortunately Twitch likes to keep literally half of everything that I do here. So I don't really like to convince people to sub to me because Twitch sucks. Only sub if you want to use the emotes, that's unfortunately they are sub only. And if you don't want to see any ads. But other than that, I really don't recommend. Twitch sucks. And they don't need your money. Also, I lost almost all of my Estus flasks by trying to fight that guy. Isn't this a little too much? Like the damage on your fire breath? Maybe I should retreat. I have 58,000 and no flasks. No healing left. But I'm confident. I can do it. This is gonna be fine. Okay, this one here. It's not a maze. The path is quite simple. I should stop trying to parry when I have low HP. The path is quite simple. But if you're just ignoring enemies and running to the next bonfire, you're gonna get lost pretty easily. Well, try to pay attention. basically saying that you have the same memory span as a goldfish. Okay, I can go back to Firelink now. Got all the useful items on this area. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. At least people like goldfish. Okay, so now I have to talk to them to send them to hell, and you're gonna die. That's I kinda don't want to go back just to kill him. So this is a +6 weapon now. Very good. Very good indeed.
Good either.
Okay, I have some souls to sell. 104,000 souls. That's a lot. This is gonna give me some good levels.
Very then hate.
Yeah, 30 dexterity.
Farewell, Ashmin.
They could.
But still, I'm not very impressed with the damage. Basically gives me only 18 extra damage if I swap to this. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. So, Old Demon King, right?
Ashen.
I'm gonna poison Old Demon King. And then I'm gonna use Dark against him. Alright, let's end his reign. So this guy's kind of weak to poison, so that's why I want to use that. Let's see how fast I can proc poison. Oh, you're starting with this? You fucking asshole. Holy shit, dude! Just instantly killed me. Worst RNG possible with Old Demon King. It was even a counter damage.
Now, surrender yourself to my coming.
And then he came all over the place. It's coming time. So, most of his attacks miss if you're just close to him, because of how the hammer works. Second phase, and still no poison proc. Yeah, I'm gonna kill him before I can proc poison. I'm not gonna get close, cutie. Yeah, keep... Alright, I'm definitely not gonna be... Oh, yeah, I forgot this is gonna hit me. I'm definitely not proccing poison. So, I wasn't going to get hits, but the handle on his hammer brought me closer to the hitbox. He is not immune to poison. He's kind of weak to poison. I'm gonna get hits. Yes, I was too close. And I had no room to run away. Okay, I'm gonna kill you in a very shameful way. I'm pretty sure I can proc Toxic on you. Right. Well, I got... On me? Yeah, this wasn't worth it. Dude. Why status effects are so useless in this game, eh? It's so stupid. It was 6 dunk pines and no proccing. Even when they get on me, like, you can just ignore poison. Poison deals basically 3 damage per second. You normally have like 1,000 or 1,200 HP. For how long you would have to be poisoned to be able to die from poison if you're at full HP? Poison is useless, even against you. Bleed, on the other hand, is a little more useful, but there's not a lot of bosses and enemies in this game that deal bleeds to you. So, another thing that you don't have to worry too much. Toxic. There's not a lot of sources of toxic in the game, so I'm gonna get hits. Yeah, I kinda messed up. And outside of the DLC, Wards of the Boreal Valley, it's basically the only source of frost that you're gonna find. So honestly, you really can just ignore status effects because they are really useless. Really useless. Elden Ring, on the other hand, that game have some very busted status effects. They can get so OP on that game. A lot of bosses can deal status against you too. So that's a game where you definitely don't... You definitely can't ignore status. Yeah, like, just remember how it is to go through Farum, for example. Like, have you ever used this to cure poison down there? Because even if you just don't cure your poison, it's not gonna kill you. You can just run to the next bonfire and everything's gonna be alright. Also, if you're close to his body, you don't get hit by the mist of death. So the best thing you can do when he starts to vape is to get closer and not to run away, because you're never gonna be able to outrun the vape of death. That thing moves faster than you. Yeah, that's the hardest hand to get. Also, after you break 2 rings, it's a good idea to run back to the start of the area, because after breaking 2 rings, especially if he doesn't have the sword out, the most probable thing he's gonna do is this. He's gonna run 2 or 3 times. So it's gonna do it again. See? And I guess it's gonna do 1 more time. Yeah, 3 times. Oh, okay, you're not gonna do the 3rd time now. Okay, you're breaking the script. Alright. Pretty easy fights. But yeah, after breaking 2 rings, run back, because he's probably gonna run at least 2 times. And you're gonna get stuck in the mist, and you're gonna die. Even more easier when Volnir remembers to actually follow the script. Yeah, after you learn those things, the Volnir fight becomes a very easy one. Pretty easy to just turn into a no-hit fight. Yeah, really easy. Especially if you have a big bonking weapon. And you can break the rings in like 2 hits. Am I gonna be spamming enough to be able to use that ring? No. Alright, cutie. Thanks for being here for so long. I hope you had fun here. And have a nice rest of your day. Okay, now let's go back to help Ceres. Because she can't win a 1v1. She always needs to gank. So yeah, let's go help her. I still want to poison someone. I'm gonna try to poison this invader. Hopefully he's not immune to poison. Yeah, you're too slow. Oh, already poisons. Okay, don't die. Ah. Almost a parry. Nice backstab. Can I penetrate you? Okay, not enough range. Yeah, easy fights. S-Stock is the best stock.
Blessing of the moon upon your journey.
S-Stock buddies. Do you know that the lands in the Kingdom of Lorfric are converging, right? But you know what that means. Like, have you ever stopped to think about what that means? Because if you have played Dark Souls 1, you know that in front of Anor Londo like this, wasn't supposed to have a wall here, and isn't this supposed to be on top of a mountain? So the lands are moving, like physically moving. So all of those lands would be close to the Kiln of the First Flame to maybe help with finding someone that wants to link the flame. And we have some other smaller evidence, smaller effects of the converging of the lands other than having everything close together like this, which is this pile of rubble. Have you noticed what this is? Like on top of the stairs here, and it even tore down this post here. Like behind us right now, we have Lothric, and between Lothric and Irithyll, there's the Carter's Catacombs and Faron, which they are moving. So I think Irithyll it's moving towards Lothric, and that movement it's making like those rocks fall on top of this place, and it's even knocking down posts like this and covering roads. Like this was supposed to just continue, but since the lands are moving, rubble like this is just falling on top of stuff. And now my spell just got completely useless. Because that's literally the effect of my spell, but it costs no FP and it lasts forever. Well, no earthquakes during the events of the game. But you can imagine that it probably happens. Just because you're not seeing earthquakes happening now doesn't mean that they didn't happen before. Or they will not happen again after. That geographic destruction we can see around the lands, they are definitely caused by earthquakes.
Welcome. Farewell.
What's about this game seems to be in a way too good shape for that. Like, yeah, we have some castles still up, but holy shit, dude, everything is destroyed. A lot of things are in rubbles, and they are not even that old to be ruins. Like, look at the geography here too. And even Lothric Castle. There's a lot of stuff that is just straight broken. What do you mean, good shape? Look at this. What happened to the top of this arch here? There's rubble everywhere. There's bricks missing. There's towers broken.
Welcome. Very then hey. Farewell, Ashen One.
Ah, Atma.
Welcome. Very then hey.
Okay, that's my last level into dexterity. Now it's intelligence, vigor, and endurance.
Pretty be careful. Oh, it's the 20.
All right. I look.
Good.
Okay, I'm starting to get tired. Maybe I should stop. No, I didn't. I don't need any items from there, and I don't want him to die, so I'm not sending him to Beautiful. Also, I should go to Rosaria just to keep patches up there. I need to gather 15,000 souls to be able to buy the armor. And then quickly complete Sigvard's quest line. Shut up, Gale. Maybe we could continue our run later if you up to that. Yeah, I get that. Maybe I should rest too. Oh fuck. I hit that brick when I was falling down. I thought that would make me miss the roof here. Oh, item. You can drop a crystal gem? Why do you even drop that? Like, enemies here, they usually drop deep gems or blasted gems. Or just, like, you're a cleric, you're supposed to drop stuff related to faith. Why the fuck do you drop a crystal gem? Considering how frequent I play this game and I always come here and I kill those guys, might be rare, because literally my first time ever seeing that. But I'm gonna check their drop table. Let's see if I can find something. I need a list of enemies here. This is gonna bring me to the weapon. The fucking hell. Oh. All of them are classified as Devout Hollow. But it doesn't mention a crystal gem. Oh, crystal gem. It's here. 0.5%. Only the Great Axe and Halberd version. Yeah, so they actually can drop that. Alright, I'm back. Let's see how much progress I can make with the time that I still have. I need to do this jump as fast as possible, because I don't have a lot of time on this spell. And all of this without taking fall damage. How much do I have? I have no idea, honestly. It's mostly about how tired I am, not exactly time. I don't have 15,000 of stuff to sell, right? Don't even have enough for the first piece, probably. Yeah, I'm sorry for that. Okay, so I just need 9,000 now. This will give me 2,000. Probably after running through Verifil and the Profane Capital, I'm gonna have more than enough to buy the rest of the pieces. So let's go. Also, how late it is for you? You're like 4 hours ahead of me, right? So it's already 7 p.m. Okay, 5 hours then. Okay, that was a really nice parry. Look at this guy. He's not gonna come any further. He's just gonna keep shooting, trying to bait me, but if I go there, I'm gonna have to fight 2 enemies at the same time. He even lost aggro. Yeah, that's the worst possible outcome. Oh, they are very squishy. I keep forgetting how little HP those guys have. I don't even know if I can parry that one. Maybe I can, but I never really tried to parry that. Well, I mean, I only said that they are squishy, but they have very long combos. They are very fast and agile, and they deal way too much damage than what they should deal. So they are still menacing, It's just that you can usually kill them before they deal too much damage to you. But yeah, they are dangerous. Oh, fuck you, dude! I got hit by both flames at the same time. It's funny how the magical fire that spawns beneath you needs a line of sight to be able to work and actually find you. Feels like enemies lose aggro way easier with this character. Maybe it had something to do with the armor, because I'm not using the spell. But if I just run away for like 5 seconds, they usually just stop following me. Which is quite weird, because usually enemies in this game don't give up so easily. Unless they have a shield. I have more range than you, I don't need to worry. And you can't spare me, so you can't stop me from spamming R1. In this game, as far as I know, no. It mentions that it doesn't make a lot of noise. But I don't know, like maybe this works like the Black Knife Assassin armor in Elden Ring. So it might help with avoiding detection. But in this case, I'm pretty sure this is just flavor text. I don't think this actually makes less sound and helps prevent detection. Also, this will be quite useful now, because I can just avoid this whole area and not take damage. Explain to me, how did I miss this? My controller is becoming a huge problem. I know I don't need this spell, but I think it sells for 1,000 souls. So it's still useful. Also, I was thinking about maybe doing other cosplay runs, like that idea we had with the Lothric Knights. But maybe do some duels to be a little easier for us to do that. Like, we could do a Lorian and Lothric build. We have both the armor and weapons from both of them. It would be nice. I could do Lothric because the Lothric sword is one of the worst swords in the whole game. And I'm used to having to deal with bad weapons. And I could do just like Lothric does in the battle and just keep healing you whenever you're close to death. And maybe try to use Wrath of the Gods too, because he also does that. And then you can go with Lorien and the huge sword and good armor and just stomp everyone that isn't weak to fire. Lorien's greatsword is one of the best greatswords in the whole game. It's a very good weapon. Lothric's straight sword. It's kinda bad. Doesn't deal a lot of damage, but I could make it work. I could definitely make it work, at least for PvE. I tried to do a Lorien, a Lothric build for PvP, and it was terrible. Especially because I tried to do it at low levels, and that sword is already bad at meta level. Imagine with only like soul level 60. I was dealing like 100 damage with my sword. That wasn't being nice. I usually wait to regenerate my health when I'm running through here. But since I have Spook, I don't have to worry about that. Ah, I still missed! Basically nothing, even for just level 60. Yeah. A throwing dagger would deal more damage. But yeah, if you want, you can pick Lorien. I would probably have a lot of fun trying to make the Lothric build work. I like this kind of challenge, and I like giving supports too. There's another one that would be cool to try, but it would be even more funnier if we had like 4 people. We could do a Deacons of the Deep boss cosplay. So 1 Archdeacon and 3 regular Deacons. We could try to do a Pontiff Sullivan and the clone. So basically just 2 of the same build, but the other guy is like painted as blue or something. Or I think it's purple, the color of the Phantom. So yeah, Pontiff Sullivan and the clone. Yeah, that would also be pretty cool. But then again, if we can make the 4 Deacons of the Deep, we could make 4 Abyss Watchers. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff we can do. I'm not gonna make the same mistake again. I'm not this kind of person. Oh shit! So useful. If I want to be toxic again. And also, we don't need to do only the ones that are actually duos. We can just do whatever we like. So, one day I want to try to do a Crystal Sage cosplay, using only the crystal spells, the Sage's rapier, and his staff. That could be fun. Yeah, obviously. The Jailer set is one of the ones that actually look like the black robes that the Crystal Sage wears. So I can mix with that. We can also do an Ornstein and Small duo. Well, but if you're doing Artorias, I would love to do Ornstein with you. So like half of Gwyn's knights. Because I can do a full Ornstein build in Dark Souls 3. Well, it would be almost an impossible fight. Imagine, like, Artorias is already hard enough by itself. Add to that fight Ornstein dashing through the map, poking you with his spear, shooting lightning, and all of that. It would be impossible. It's so useful having a way of negating fall damage. I can just ignore the damage I'm gonna be taking, because I'm not gonna be taking damage, and just keep running and completing the map in efficient ways. Ah, yeah, you have hyper armor. I forgot about that. Oh yeah, that's a lot of damage too. Ah, too early. Come on. I'm not. Oh, I can't parry that. He can't be Logan. Where's his big hat? It's fucking big hat Logan. Where's the hat, dude? Yeah, somehow they always know that I'm going to parry down. Am I that predictable? If so, then why people still fall for my parrying? The day Logan loses his hat is the day that Logan doesn't exist anymore. Remember, in Dark Souls 1, when Logan went mad, he took away all of his pieces of clothing, except for his hat. He was completely naked. Crystal sausage out, but he still had the big hat in his head. The hat is part of what Logan is. He's never gonna be without his head. In a way, we can see this as every time a character enjoys magic and they start wearing a big hat as a homage to the teachings of Logan, I'd like to imagine that this is Logan, or at least his legacy, still living, even after ages, even ages after his death. Like, Logan is still here, making an influence into the world with his magic and teachings. Like, the reason why the Crystal Sages use the big hats is because they are disciples of the teachings of Logan. Well, that's another universe, so let's not talk about that. But yeah, I really like to think that at least his legacy is still being passed down. Logan is a legend. He's just a human, and he managed to invent magic that it's so powerful that could rival even Gwyn's own lightning bolts, which is something that is mentioned in Dark Souls 1. Logan's Soul Spear is considered as powerful as Gwyn's lightning bolts. And he's not a god, he's just a human. Just goes to show how impressive that guy is.
Farewell, maiden.
Ah,
And that's why I'm a huge fan of Big Hat Logan. He's such a cool character. No, they're not gods. Just because they have a very tiny, minuscule fragments of the Dark Soul, that doesn't turn them into gods. Not even the furtive pygmy,
Ashen one.
the one that actually found the Dark Soul, could be considered a god, because he didn't sculpt the Dark Soul. We can imagine that him only kept for himself a small part, just like another humanity, so he's just a human. Humans are not special the same way gods are. And that's what's very cool about Dark Souls. We don't have the same advantage that those gods have. We don't have the same powers as they, like the same powers they have, the same potential they have. But
Be careful.
by not giving up, by being persistent, by being smart and creative, we can kill even a god like Gwyn. We can make a huge change in the whole reality without being as powerful as a god. I don't have any cure. Unfortunately, I have a serious case of maggots.
Thanks, sweetie.
What do you mean where they come from? You're talking about those enemies here? They are climbing through the walls. Like you can even see some goo dripping down from where they were. Like almost like there's some nests up there. When we get out of the room, they just detach from the wall and they fall on top of us. Also, some of them are like crucified. They are stuck in the walls with stakes. Look at this. And they are just bleeding through the walls. Yeah, that's probably the source of this goop down here. Look at this. Oh, there's another one melting through this area. Yeah, they're just melting and eternally bleeding. Like this guy here. Look at this. They are the source of all of this goop around. Like these on the ground here.
Merciful goddess, mother of the forlorn, who have
Shut up, Gale. But I have the armor. What do you mean? Wait, I didn't bought the armor. Did I forgot to buy the armor? Yeah. You should have asked a little sooner. Anyways, at least I have a chance of showing you from where those enemies are coming from. Look at the ceiling. They are up there and they just drop down. No, I got the armor. All the 4 pieces. I think I sold the pieces without noticing. I'm gonna try to fix this.
Can't find anything you like. You could try looking a little harder. Can't find anything you like. You could try.
Okay, let's go. Let's go back. It's impressive how big of a fall I can have without dying when I'm using a fall damage cancelling spell or the cat ring. Shut the fuck up. You talk too much. What, the spell? Yeah, it's literally the same effects. Even shows the same icon. Look, it's the cat's icon. All right. Yeah, everything's here. I need to pay more attention to avoid this happening again. Also, I really like these emotes. Ah yeah, when you have too much skill, this is one of the things you can do. But only if you really have a lot of skill. Oh wait, I should continue. I forgot that I didn't complete this area first. You gonna do the slam? No, really, you rarely starts without doing the slam. So weird. This controller is gonna get me killed. Do they have a prevention against backstabs? This is starting to look ridiculous. Look at this! Can I not backstab you? Okay, that was a pretty close one. Are you gonna start with the slam? Yeah, you are. Oh, double slam. Look at this! This has to be some kind of backstab prevention. Oh fuck. Let me grab my item. This guy has such good aim. Yeah, getting backstabbed like this must be really annoying. And then you get parried. Yeah, that's so unfortunate. Oh, I'm gonna get invaded. Yeah, I totally forgot about this guy. Oh, you deal a lot of damage. And yeah, but your spells don't deal a lot of damage. Ah, they're not that dangerous. I'm pretty sure it's not the invader killing you, it's the whole environment's being super hostile. So you. Yeah. Those dogs are a bigger problem than that invader. I died more to those dogs than to that invader. Also, I think the assassin should definitely start with the soul darts. That feels like an assassin spell. That could probably be the other spell that I would like to use on this character if I were to change some stuff. Also, that's the magic clutch ring, in case you're wondering. Also, I need to kill those guys as fast as possible. So let's have more damage. Yeah, he just decides to have infinite hyper armor. At least he doesn't have a lot of HP. Oh, you're not being passive today. So rare. But yeah, it's not helping you. Let me in. Where's the other one? Their invisibility is not like proximity based. It's whenever they want. So I was bumping into them and they were still invisible. Just because they wanted to be invisible. Anyways, wanna see something funny? I already went to the Profane capital before progressing Sigvard's quest line, but I already opened his cell, and the cell is still open, but Sigvard is still inside of his cell now. Like, basically pretending that he's still stuck because the game doesn't know that I already opened the cell. Was expecting that sending him there after I opened the door would just close the door because, you know, someone that might have puts him there would, you know, close the fucking door. But no, the game just spawns him there, and it doesn't change anything. So yeah, I was expecting that maybe I would have to open the door again. But no, he's just sitting there, all sad, with the door open. And he's all sad because he's stuck. So, look at this. Door open. And Sigvard is still here. Dude, you can come out. You're not stuck. I'm glad that this doesn't lock me outside of his quest line. because the first part of his dialogue is actually attributed to the door being closed. So I I was worried that if I did that and I can't talk to him through the door, then I wouldn't be able to progress the quest line. But no, you can. You he just skipped to the next part. Wait, I don't have anything to hit in the head. How am I gonna deal with this? I guess by throwing stuff in his head. Yeah, let's see. How am I gonna kill Yorm? I wish I could parry Yorm. Imagine being able to parry a giant. Even though Yorm is a very small giant. So I need to hit this guy in the head. Like this. And I need to keep the aggro on me so he doesn't kill Yorm. Oh, he's immune to... Oh, fuck! He's immune to fire damage. So... maybe the fire bombs are useless. Oh! I got it! I still got the stagger. Come on, Yarm. Break the poise again. Before you die. Yeah, he's gonna die before I can break his poise. Sigurd is missing most of his attacks. Yeah, Yorm's dead. Well, the thing about the intro is that the camera was close to the ground and looking up, and everything looks big when you're doing that. But yeah, Yorm is a very small giant.
And he prays!
Like, the giants in the Cathedral of the Deep are like double the size of Yorm. The giants in Anor Londo are already like 50% larger than Yorm. Sigurd, can you die, please? How are you still alive, Sigurd?
Well, you.
Okay, he finally died. He doesn't die when you're close to him. Nah, he was just a little shy. He just needed some space. Wait, I can't sell. I can't sell the Storm Rulers. Alright.
Well, very then take.
I guess that makes sense. Alright, so how much vigor do I need? Assassin, I need 28. Okay. Almost there.
Farewell, Ashley.
Ashen.
Time to go kill Sullivan. It's probably gonna be easy and fast. Okay, that was a bit scary. Let's see if I can parry Sullivan. Too early. Okay, partial parry. This is not being a good fight. But this is way better. Sullivan, I don't think you're gonna have a second phase. Yeah. Okay, that was my fastest Sullivan kill ever. And I messed up so much. What a easy boss. My weapon buff lasted for longer than the actual fights. Someone should clip that, but I'm sure it's too late now. You're probably gonna lose the start of the fight. Alright then. Thank you very much, Cutie. Should I make my shield simple so I can regenerate FP? Maybe I should do it. It's useful on characters that don't use a lot of FP, because you don't need a lot of FP, so the slow regen can be useful. Like, it could give me another cast of the Ash of War, which is pretty nice. And since I don't use a lot, it could even give me another cast of my fall damage spell. I just need the giant skull, which I'm gonna get soon. It's in Anolondo, and I'm almost there. Yeah, they can, and it's pretty useful. Like, there are great on, for example, strength builds that don't have a lot of FP, because you're only using FP to use your weapon arts, and weapon arts you usually don't need a lot of FP to be able to use them. So the 2 FP per second is already enough to give you another cast of your Ash of War every few seconds. Like every 10 seconds you would probably have enough for another cast. Like, it's definitely not useful on a sorcerer, for example. Also, fucking hell, what happened to my HP there? So yeah, it's not useful on a caster, for example, because you usually need way more FP than what the regen can give you. But on builds that don't need a lot of FP, a simple shield or a simple cestus could replace your blue flasks, leaving more flasks for healing, which is way more useful for a pure melee build. Well, they usually don't work together, so no. But Black Knights, they have the whole set of armor, the shield, and all, not all of their weapons. No, they have the 4 weapons. So yeah, we could choose 2 of the 4 Black Knights. There's the Great Axe, the Great Sword, the regular sword, and the Halberd, which is a glaive, technically. The NPCs are still following me. Look at that! Still following. They usually give up so early. And unfortunately, there's no way we can do a Silver Knight build in this game because their weapons aren't available in the game. Yeah, we have the whole armor sets, we even have the shield, but no Silver Knight weapon. Look at that lingering hitbox. I totally dodged the hits, but I still got hits after that. That's so stupid. Yeah, but no. If we are following that logic, we should just use the Lothric Knight Sword and the Lothric Knight Spear, because Lothric Knights basically replaced in Dark Souls 3 the role that Silver Knights used to have in Dark Souls 1. And also, the Silver Knights, they use a straight sword, not a great sword. So it's another point against using that for a Silver Knight build. Also, it would be terrible having a weapon with a three-way split damage. Like physical, magical, and lightning damage. You would be hitting like a wet noodle. Okay, I'm gonna try to do... Yeah, it's a pretty sword, but it's pretty bad. Anyways, I'm gonna try to plan a Silver Knight build. Let's see. Cleric? Yeah, probably. That makes sense. So... let's get Prisoner's Chain. Cloverfield Ring. Let's see the weight of the sets. Silver Knights set. The shield. Oh, I need more strength. Alright. Yeah, now Warrior looks so much better. Okay, deprived then, but I need 16 here. Yeah. Yeah, it's only one extra point in the level, but it's way more FP, so Cleric it is. and the long spear. Sharp infused. For 11. Good damage. And Canvas Talisman is probably the best one for this level. 180, yeah. It adds 170 lightning damage, pretty good. Ah, yes, I need this. And this. And still fat loading. Oh my god. So now that knight is better by 4 points. Okay. Makes sense. So yeah, this is my Silver Knight build. We can shoot lightning if you need. You can use the lightning blade. Could even use like sunlight spear instead, which is a little better. But it's not very FP efficient. But yeah, it's spear with lightning, the shield, the armor. But yeah, level 112, just to be able to not fat roll and actually use all of the stuff in the efficient way. At least against dragons, this build is gonna be really, really good, because dragons are usually weak to thrust and lightning, and that's the main type of damage that this build has access to. You can take a screenshot if you want to save that for later, if you want to try a Silver Knight build. Could also swap for the sword. Sharp sword. Just a little less damage, but more a more familiar moveset, because people are used to swords. Then I could probably take away Havel's Ring. No, I can't. Hello, cutie. As I was saying, you can take a screenshot if you want to save this. This is the sword version, and you can just swap for the Lothric Knight's long spear. All of them with sharp infusion. And yeah, you can take a screenshot if you want to save this Silver Knight build. Here's the rings. You're gonna have to go to the Ringed City, but getting those rings, it's not hard. Don't worry. I really like planning builds like this. If you want to ask me for something else, I can try to make it. It's really fun. So those guys are weak to dark damage. And I want to kill them fast. Ooh, good damage. Yeah. If I don't kill the spear guy fast enough, I'm gonna have to deal with two guys at the same time. And the game doesn't give me any time for that. Yeah, here, you have another chance. Partial parry. But at least he's dead now. Alright, let me swap. Just in time. Yeah, alright. Let me know if you want me to make another build. I can make almost anything work. Almost anything. There's some stuff that's just impossible to work with. Or at least they are impossible to work with and still have fun. Let's see, maybe I can ignore this whole area if I just jump like this. Oh, this doesn't kill me. Dude, what a fucking skip. And I fell just on top of the Testus Shard chest. This is in Elden Ring. You're thinking about the scythe that the Clean Rot Knights use. That one is pretty OP. Another headshot, please. If I keep hitting the head, I can break the poise, but this is not happening with this hitbox. You're clipping through the ground. Oh, so I already did a build with that weapon. It's the Eclipse Shuttle. No, that's not the name. It's the Crescent Moon Shuttle. Yeah. I did a build with that weapon. Unfortunately, that weapon was terribly nerfed when the game came out. So it's basically impossible to have fun with that weapon. The damage is just too bad. The scaling is terrible. But it's a pretty good... It's a pretty cool weapon. I can try to make something work for PvE. Because I was trying to use that sword in PvP at soul level 55 at the time. So maybe for like meta level PvE I can make something that actually works. And now I have FP regeneration.
Well, better than hate. Farewell, Ashen.
Alright, let's see. Crescent Moon Sword, I need 10, 16. So probably Mercenary. Yeah, the Mercenary already starts with the stats to use this weapon. What's the scaling values on this weapon? C in Dexterity, D in Intelligence. Just 1 point of fucking damage per level of intelligence at +5 max level. The int scaling is so fucking bad, dude. And after Dexterity, basically no damage after 40 Dexterity. As I said many times, From Software doesn't want you to have fun. Yeah, there's also that. After killing, you have to kill Aldrich and complete a quest line to be able to get this weapon. And only 412 split damage. Which other? Okay, at least the magic clutch ring. I could use that. If someone if someone pays me to do a challenge, I'm gonna do all bosses with just this weapon. Or using this build, this whole build. Okay. Stats are not that bad. Dusk Crown increases the damage on my weapon. Oh, it does. All right. Now I'm pumping 450 damage. What do you mean how much? How much what? Levels? I'm still at 106? Usually the meta level, the standard that people go, it's like 125, so I still have more levels that I could have here. For example, I could get more intelligence. And yeah, I could do it. But nah, don't like asking people to do that. Only if they actually want. I could do it anyways. Also, that's the only spell that has the same color as the magic on this sword. So it's the only one I can use. And I need Midir Soul to be able to make this spell. So I'm not gonna be using this for the whole game. So yeah, I guess this is the build then. Gonna take a screenshot. At least it looks cool, yeah, and that's what matters. So yeah, it's saved as a future challenge run that I might do after I have enough incentive to do that. Let's go kill Aldrich. Impressive that I'm not taking damage. Really impressive. Really impressive. All of those strafes. And I'm not getting hits. Alright, you're gonna teleport. I still got hits, really. So, frost damage is one of the types of damage that Aldrich is weak to. What a surprise, Aldrich is weak to a good frosting. And he's also weak to fire. I always find it funny when a Lord of Cinder is weak to fire. Really? Still hit me. Please don't use the arrows. Don't be an asshole. Yes. Keep being nice like this. Why does he use the arrow attack so rarely? It's because I'm manipulating his AI. Because actually the arrow attack is super common. But I hate the arrow attack, so I learned how to manipulate his AI, so he'd never use that. So basically, every time he teleports, when he comes back, you need to be close to him. If he comes back and you're far away, basically the only thing he's gonna do is do the arrow attack. So there's like a kind of a standard distance that you have to be away from him when he's like emerging from the ground. And if you're close enough when he's emerging, he's not gonna use the arrows. So that's why after he disappears, I run to the middle of the room and then I keep paying attention to the audio. And as soon as I hear him appearing, I try to run to the direction of the sound that I heard, so I can be close to him fast enough so he doesn't summon the arrows. If you do it right, you get fights like the ones I usually have here, where he never summons the arrows. So yeah, Aldrich, he basically only summons the arrows when you're too far away from him. That's a punish for you being too far.
Farewell, Ashen One.
Grace let iron. Ashton.
Welcome, very then hate. Farewell, Ashen One.
So it's time to kill Dancer, right? They need this.
Ashen.
Dancer is weak to dark damage. So let's go. Also, I'm streaming for 6 hours already. Maybe I should stop after Dancer. I'm getting tired. Kinda. That's like on average. The game wants me to use the spear. It wants me to use the spear. Okay, my damage is not great, but hopefully this is gonna be a simple fight. usually can Dancer can be quite easy sometimes. Like half HP already. Basically second phase. Sorry, literally second phase. I'm too close? No. Oh, right. I thought she wasn't going to do the follow-up. I never saw Dancer being so aggressive like this. Usually she doesn't do much in second phase. Still not hard. It was just getting weird out because never saw she doing that combo 3 times in a row. Alright, Dancer's dead. I'm just gonna go grab the... You know what? I'm too tired. I'm gonna stop now. I'll do it this tomorrow. Yeah, it's 6 hours and 17 minutes. Well, thanks for being here, cutie. I'm gonna continue tomorrow, hopefully earlier, because I'm trying to stream early, so people can actually watch me. You too. I know you're very tired, so yeah, rest well.